Hi and welcome to part 2 of our nature series. So I thought I'd choose a festive one this month as we're in the month of December. So I've chosen this holly and berries piece. And what I've done as well is I have created a colour swatch just so that I know what they're going to look like, and also because it's being done on the same paper. So I've just zoomed it out for you. And so I've gone from light to dark and I've labelled the pencils, and so I know exactly what it's going to look like, and then I know where I'm going to be putting them, on each of the berries. So let's put that to one side and I'm going to zoom in. Okay, and we're going to make a start with the we're going to start off with the permanent red, which is the number 61061. And what we're going to do is we're using it as a base layer, so we'll start work on this one first of all. I'm just going to zoom in with my reference photo, and I'm going to, because we want to leave this lighter, so we'll do the layers on this one. And as this is pastel matte, it's got more teeth on it, so we need to sort of fill it up. And so that you don't have to keep sharpening your pencils, just keep moving it around, because with this, where it's got a lot of tooth on it, it will flatten the side of the pencil. And I'm using, let's have a look. Yeah, okay, just keep going round and round like that. So we're just going to keep layering so that we can close off that tooth. Medium, well, light to medium pressure. I'd probably say go down towards the lighter end with the actual pressure on this. So let's carry on again. Just keep referring backwards and forwards with your reference photo. And don't worry if the colour of your pencil isn't exactly the same as what's on the reference photo, because we're just not going to have that look about it. It's what we're doing, it's teaching you the techniques and getting as near to the colours we can with the colour pencils that we have. So this bit is the shiny bit on there. Just going to go over it lightly, and then I'm just going to go around it. So we still want like a reddy kind of a glow, but what we'll do is we'll stick some white on that as well. Okay. Right, I'm just going to go in with the white, just very lightly, round circular movement with the pencil. Okay, and then what we're going to do is go in with the permanent, I've done the permanent red, haven't we? We've with the scarlet. So what this is going to do is just going to shape it a bit more and enhance the curvature. So This is slightly darker around here, so don't be too scared with the tonal values, because we need our tonal values to make it stand out better. And of course we do go in at the end just to fine tune everything. So it's kind of like darker underneath. So I decided to use all luminance pens. Yeah, I decided to use all of the luminance ones because I just wanted to go through it and not having to keep changing different brands. So it's a small project, and yeah, it's, you know, and it gives you an idea of what each brand can do. But don't worry if you don't have these ones, because they are the more expensive ones, but you still can buy them individually. You know, you just use what you've got. These are about £3.20, I think, per pencil. If you go to the right sites, because they can actually go up to anywhere up to over £4 each. Okay, so I'm going to go in with the Carmine Lake, which is 575. So we're not going to go in with like blacks or anything like that. This one suits the shade of the reds really well. So you can see on the reference photo that it's quite dark there. So we're just mapping out colours, and it's where it's touching it, it's going to be darker. Okay, so we've still got some more of that tooth to fill in. And just a bit down there as well. And just adding layers to it like that. And then I'm going to come in with, this is called Anthraquinone Carmine, but I'm going to just refer to this as Carmine because otherwise it's just going to be a bit of a mouthful. And it comes out into the darker areas, so it's nice and rich. So you can see the tooth gets it disappears quick, more, you know, a lot quicker with the luminance, so you don't need to put in so many layers as you know, and as you would if you were using the polychromos. Okay, and then we're using the burnt sienna 50%, so that's pencil 866, just right in there. Okay, so that's our first layers in, so now we're just going to go in over the top, and I just want to just sharpen it slightly. So we're going to go back in with the permanent red 061, and I want to make this brighter around here. So just when we're doing things like round objects, it's always a good idea to sort of do round circular movement, but it's also good to do that anyway when you're trying to sort of seamlessly blend different colours together. And I'm going to go in with the scarlet. So this will actually make a lot more sense once we add in all the other ones. And then we can sort of see whether we need to sort of change the colour slightly. Okay, so just making sure it's richer underneath there. So we're lining it up for the next darker colour to come in. Let's go in with the the Carmine Lake. There's a little bit there as well. And then we're going to come in with the Carmine. So I want to add some darker areas around here. We only sort of sharpen our pencils to add the finer details when we're doing the top coat. I think I've mentioned that before in quite a few of the tutorials, but I find it best to do that just in case you just happen to be starting, you know, one of the tutorials is your first one and you're wondering why we do it this way. And pastel mat can take quite a few layers as well. Okay, and this is the burnt sienna 50%. And again, that bit will come into play a bit more once we've done this one, which we'll do next. I just want to add a bit. Let me just sharpen that one. And I'm going to do a bit around here as well. Just a slight bit. Okay, and I just take that permanent red and come in around here again. Just going to come over that again very slightly, because then I want to go over that with the white. And I just want to come in with the scarlet. Just come up here a bit more. Okay, so at the very end you can see the bottom of the berry. So I'm thinking what we'll do with that, let's have a look at the card. So I'm going to go in with the greens on that, and I'm thinking olive brown and olive brown 50%, so I'm just going to go in with those two. So that's those ones there. So we'll go in with the lighter one first. That's the olive brown 50%. I'm just gonna come in like that. And then I'm going to refine it with the olive brown, as it's a slightly darker shade. So just want to come in around here. Like that. Okay, so next we'll move on to that one there. And so you can see it, with just using the luminance ones, we're actually, you know, able to sort of finish things quite quickly. Right, so, and it's the same order as what we did just now. So we've got the permanent red. No, we haven't got the scarlet, sorry about that. And that's the end part of the fruit, and that's the highlight bit. So round circular movement. So we've got a bit around here that's going to be lighter, and then of course you'll have the bit in the middle there, quite dark. And you'll see the part there in a moment, once we build up our layers, where that's going to be touching, and then we can sort that bit out as well. Okay, and we're going to come over that again. And we'll do one more layer of this one. It's fine. We should have gone in with the other one, but that's fine. We can lighten this one up. I thought it was looking a bit too dark, but no problem. We can sort that out. Okay, I'm just going to see if I can add some of the permanent red around this area, just to sort of lighten it up a bit, make it a bit warmer. Just giving it some warmth. I'm just going to come over that part a bit with the pencil, and a bit of the white. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to come in with the Carmine Lake down the bottom here, because that's where they're touching. And so this part needs to be, so we don't want no gap between there. And we've got it slightly coming down there as well. Just a very small part. Okay, and then this is the Carmine. So we're going to come down here. So this one's got a bit of a line coming down there. So this is the Carmine Lake. Like that. And then we'll just carry on with the Carmine. And if you look at it, it's just around this side, it's a lot darker. So we'll go over this part in a bit. And we'll go in with the burnt sienna 50% around here. and just around here as well. So we want to go careful that we don't want to make it too muddy. Okay, so permanent red. And of course it's darker on the edge there and lighter around here, but we'll sort that bit out in a moment. Let's just go over that highlight a bit more. Okay, and this is the scarlet. So it's kind of brighter and deeper there. This lighter, just sharpen that white. And this bit needs brightening as well. I just want to come in with the carmine on this part. And on this bit as well. Okay, and then we'll go in and do the top part. So again, we'll do the olive brown 50% first. And for the centre part, we'll add in the olive brown. Okay, so we'll move on to that one now, and just want to make sure that I am actually starting off with the right one this time. Yeah, so starting off with permanent red, so working on this one here. So when we're doing it, because these are all the same colour, we have to sort of really watch out that it doesn't become flat, and this is where our tonal values really do come in, you know, to work with the shape of the berries and to make sure that they really stand out and look three-dimensional. So I'm just looking at the shape of the berry. And it's a lot lighter around this area. So I'm just sort of working the shape of the berry. And what we want to make sure is that there's no sort of white halo. We want to make sure that all of the colour is sort of going together, but at the same time it just needs lightening a bit, you know. It needs to sort of stand out against each other. So that I can see needs a bit more work on it, but we'll do that in a moment. Okay, so next we'll come in with the scarlet. So it just comes in on the edge around there. And so it's looking like a lovely deep red coming around here. I'm just gonna come up around there. Just get that shape in. That's a bit too dark. What I might do, because it's light, it should be lighter than that part, so that's where I put that's why I'm putting it down in the right order. It, you know, works to your advantage. Right, just gonna sharpen that. Yeah, scarlet. And right, that's the permanent red. So I'm just gonna come in with that a bit more for this one here. got the scarlet coming in over that way. Okay, so then we'll see that changing in a moment. So let's come in with the scarlet, back in with the scarlet again. Okay, so we've done that little bit. Next up is the Carmine Lake. So that is going to be right in there, but we want it quite dark. Okay, and then just a little bit in there. And then we'll go in with the carmine. So we'll come in with it over here. So it needs to be darker than this one in order for that one to stand out. And of course it's darker behind this berry here, which we'll be doing next. And then the burnt sienna 50%. And there you go, that one's just stands out quite really nicely. So if I just come in with some scarlet red. And I'm going to go in with the white first of all on this highlight. And then go in with the scarlet, sorry no, the permanent red on top. Going back in with the white. Okay, So then there's a very slight, where you can slight piece there where you can see the end of the fruit. So I'm just going to come in with the olive brown for that part. And that comes in like that. And that's that one done. And so we'll continue with this one. So that's with the that's with the scarlet. So there's like 2 highlighted parts there. So just have to go careful around this one. Sorry, it's the permanent red. Sorry. What am I doing? That's fine. Just continue with this one. So what we'll end up doing is once we've got this colour in, we'll balance it up again a bit more in there. Okay, let's just do another layer. So along here we've got a bit of a light shine to it. So we're just following the shape of the berry. And of course in there it's going to be very dark because you've got the berries touching each other. So you can see already that these are kind of like, you know, they are looking 3-dimensional, so they're standing out. It's very light around here as well. Right, so that's where the lighter part is. Just going to see if I can get some white on that. Okay, right, so the next one was the scarlet. So that's got a nice sort of dark shine around there. And then it's a little darker down here again. So this is going to lay the foundation for the darker shades that we're going to be adding in a moment. Right, I'm just going to come back to the permanent red just to get that bit in again. And then just to come in with that. Just get that white in at the moment. So and we've got some coming around the top here. Right, let's crack on with those other colours. So we're going to go in with the Carmine Lake. So that's going to come down here. And of course it's going to come out on that one as well. So we just put a small amount there. We want that in there to be darker. Okay. And next is the Carmine. So it's darker under this part, like that, and around there. So I'm not pressing heavily on this, I'm just sort of going backwards and forwards with the layers. Right, back to the permanent red. we're going to add in the colours for the end bit. So the brown olive 50%. I'm just going to come in with all of that colour, and then we're just going to see where we're at. And then the brown olive. So we don't sort of need loads of detail here, it's just an indication of the colour change. Right. Let's come in with a bit more white. Just wondering whether a bit of orange would do on this. Let's have a look. Right, what's this one? Ah, yes. Cornelian. Yeah, that's actually really nice. Again, it's orangey, reddy colour. Let me just write that down. So that is pencil number 850 and Cornelian. Okay, so there we go. So if I just show you, there it is there, and I think that will work better in some of the lighter areas. So it's a really nice colour. Right. Oh, so what I might do is take out around there and around there, because I think it just needs to be a bit lighter. And okay, so now we can get to work. Just sharpen that. Okay, right. Oh yeah, that adds a bit of warmth to it. I like that. And of course we don't want this to be like a specific line, it just needs to be a natural highlight. Okay, and then we want that bit there to be a bit warmer. Yeah, that's looking so much better actually with the cornelian in it. So let's come over there. So it's not, sometimes it's not until you actually lay colours down that you suddenly find that there's something missing, and this is why I like to complete all of the tutorials before I make them go live, because I don't want to give a materials list out first and then suddenly realise Oh, I needed another colour. Okay, and then we've got that one, so it's lighter around here. How's that looking? Yeah, that looks so much better. So what I'll do for the final two, we'll use the cornelian as the base layer. So we will work on that one first, and I think it's a bit too egg shaped there. Draw that in myself. There we go. And let's take that away. Oh, because that's going to be quite dark in there. Right. Let's come in with that cornelian then. So if you don't have that, it's yeah, let's go around with the cornelian. But yeah, as I said, if you don't have that, then just use an orange. That would be good. Got some bits on there actually. Is it going to come off? Yeah. Right. So I'm just going to probably do 2 layers of this one, because I'll be adding on the permanent red. So just keep looking at the way that berry is formed and the roundness of the colour. That gives it that three-dimensional look to it. Okay, so the next one then is the permanent red. So again, we want this one to show as being darker than this one until we get down to here. So it just comes in around there. So we're just mapping in our layers at the moment. want it to be lighter around here. This is coming in with the cornelian again. Okay, right. Now the scarlet. So just along there. It's coming in slightly redder. So just make sure that this is looking round, so just be mindful of the placement of your pencil. And we may be adjusting the colours on that one once we finish this one. Okay, next one then will be the Carmine Lake. So around here it's going to be darker. It's actually quite dark at the bottom here. And what we're going to do is come in with the carmine, the anthraquinone carmine. And just make sure it's got that dark appearance to it. Right, I'm just going in again with the Carmine Lake. And then the anthraquinone carmine. And then the burnt sienna, 50%. Right, so we want to work a bit more on the rest of this now. So I'm going to use the the scarlet to make it slightly redder. And of course around here. It's quite red. I'm going to make this look better as well. So although this part is in shadow, it's not a dark shadow. Right. Okay, let's come in with the permanent red. And then I'm going to come in with the cornelian. Right, let's get that white. Okay, then I'm going to work on that bit there with our olive browns and then see where we're at, and then add some more reds to it. So this is the olive brown 50%. Okay, and let's have a look. The permanent red. Just want to make it a bit brighter. Right, let's come in with the anthraquinone carmine, because we have a slightly darker edge on that one. Oh, the white again. So this part, actually, where is, no. Okay. bit here that's gone off the edge, which I'm not liking too much. It looked different once we got the green on it. Okay, and then right, so now I'm gonna do this one. So let's come in with the cornelian again. So this one is much lighter on the top here, but gets darker where it touches that berry there. So I'm just using the side of my pencil, and then I don't need to sharpen it if I need to use it at the end. Okay. Right, so just that layer there. Now with the permanent red. So it's still lighter over this way. And I'm just sort of bringing it around here, so it starts that look of being three-dimensional. So I think the cornelian fits in really well with the permanent red, because it just seems to be a slight shade darker, so it makes it the natural step up. Okay, then I'm going to come in with the scarlet. So, excuse me. So we're going to start taking these bits deeper. slightly around there as well, but we don't want to go too dark with this part because this part is actually in the light. So, but then what we want to do around here is this is around, it starts to get a bit darker. So then just coming in around that way. And it's actually is a lot darker around here, and then coming in at the bottom here as well. Right, so we need to keep making that looking a bit rounder. Don't want that bit to be too dark. Let me just come in again with the cornelian. Because we just want that bit to be a bit lighter. Okay. So we'll leave the scarlet there for the moment. So then we're gonna, sorry to keep going in front of the camera there, we'll go in with the Carmine Lake, because that needs to sort of come in under there. And of course that's where both berries are touching, a bit like that one there. So just have a look where that shadow is heading. So it's darker over this side. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that little bit there because we're going to come back to that bit in a minute. And Anthraquinone Carmine. So that's coming up there. And it's, again, the darker shades are on this side. So that's, you can sort of see that's gradually sort of getting darker there. And of course it needs to be darker around there as well. Right, then the burnt sienna 50%, so we're going to come in here a bit more with that. There's not so much shade on this one as it is on this one. So again, works really well as a shadow for our reds, because sienna is kind of like a reddy brown. Well, yeah, burnt sienna, reddy brown. So that's why this works really well together. Okay, let's sharpen the anthraquinone carmine. And we'll just carry on adding a few more layers around this part. Just very lightly with the pressure. Just come down there slightly. Right, and I'm going to come in with the permanent red around here. So we just want it lighter on the top there, so that it blends in gradually with the shadow coming up. A bit with the burnt sienna, 50%, I think, just very lightly. Okay, let's just come in with the white. And let's come in with the cornelian. Right, and then just to do the top part, so we'll come in with the olive brown, 50%. So this is what I come in with the base colour, and then we add some of the texture with the actual olive brown itself. So olive brown. There. So that's so far. Now we are probably going to need to sort out those colours once we've added in the greens. Now, so with the stalk, it's going to be quite dark. So I think we're going to go in with the olive brown, 50%. coming in there. So this grounds it a bit. So there is not a lot of detail on this part, so we're just going to be adding like shadow. Okay, and then let's have a look. Right, need the grass green now. So we're just going to start working on this one. So that comes up through there. So we're just sketching in those layers. And of course we've got a highlighted bit there as well. So we'll just put this first layer on. So again, you can sort of see that I'm just using that same circular movement for the base layer, and I'm going lightly with the pressure as well. Try and leave that stem a bit so just want to try and leave the center open a bit for when we add the lighter color for the stem coming down the middle of the leaf. And we've got another highlighted part there, so we'll leave that out. Okay. Right, so then we want the dark sap green. So that's going to kind of come through there. we've got that shadow where that berry's resting. And so what we'll have to do at the end is just make this stand out a bit more. And the same for that one. We just want to make sure, you know, that we've got the shadow going in the right direction. Once we've added everything, you know, we can probably sort those ones out once we've finished with the once we finish working with that leaf. All right, we'll continue adding a few more layers, I think, around here in the darker areas using the dark sap green. Just to sort of fill in the gap, you know, the tooth of the paper. So although this looks like it's like really sort of standing out in contrast to the rest of the leaf, once we add some of the other darker shades, then it will just sort of come into its own a bit. Right, that needs to be just slightly dark there. Okay, I'm going to come in with a layer of moss green, which is 225, and I'm just going to come over to over the top of the grass green, just to sort of blend in with that layer. So I'm using that round circular movement with the pencil. Just on this first layer, going lightly with the over the surface, not quite sort of going up to the edges because it's got a lighter edge to it. And I'm turning my pencil so that it doesn't go too flat, and then I don't need to sort of sharpen it so much. Just want to go slightly darker along there. coming in down here. We don't want to sort of colour in all of that bit for the moment because it's a highlighted section. Okay. That's actually sort of quite light along there as well. So if we just coming around over there. And then either side of the stem. And of course we've got that highlight there as well. So the next part is there. And then we've got, so we're just mapping in this shade. It's quite shiny this side of the leaf, and of course that it's lighter there on that side, but it's also a fair bit darker. Okay, and then I'm just coming in around here as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work on that side of the leaf. So I want to add in another layer of the moss green, just so that we can fill in some of the gaps. Not going firmly with our pressure. Again, it's the same pressure all the way through. Just making sure that we've got that piece coming in there. It's a bit darker along there. And we've got a lighter part in there as well. And of course this needs building up as well, because you can still see the tooth on it. And it needs to sort of look as natural as possible. So I just want to work on this little piece here. gonna come in with the let's have a look. No, not that one. I think some of the dark sap green, ever so lightly. Just try not to sort of go onto the berries that we've already done, but we can go over them at the end. Right, I want to make this darker so that it stands out a bit more, so I'm just going to sharpen it. Just making sure that the colour comes up to the very right up to close to the redness of the berry. And like I said, we'll be going over the berries again at the end, just to sort of make sure they stand out in contrast to the leaf. And I'll just bring that one in as well whilst we're here. I can see there's a little bit of the shadow coming up here a bit. So the shadow is mainly sort of coming around this direction. And that's added a lot of depth and shadow to it. Just go very, very careful around this part. Okay. Right. Just gonna come in with the moss green a bit more. Just giving it a bit of a sharpen. So just keep sort of paying attention to the direction these leaves go in. With holly leaves, you can sort of see that they're not flat. They're kind of like, I don't know, they bend in all different sort of directions. And of course what we'll do at the end is we'll add a shadow to it so we can see that it's resting on something, and you know, it grounds it, and we're not sort of making it sort of float into midair. Gives it context. So I'm going over and adding another layer on here. Although I do think it needs a bit of the, let's have a look. Just come in with some olive brown. I think it's going to need the dark sap green again, actually, just very gently, not as dark as that. Let's go over that again. Right, just gonna come in with a bit of white, sort of try and get that shine, you know, that shine on it. So what it does is that you kind of still got the dark line there, but what it's doing is you've got a bit of a glow sort of coming in around here. And then of course we've got that coming down there as well. So it looks like a bit like a mint green at the moment. Just add a bit of the moss green in there, ever so slightly. So you want that contrast there of it, you know, being light in the distance. Okay, so I've got that part. So we're actually going in the direction that this point of the leaf's going. Again, we're not pressing too firmly, still the same pressure on it. And it sort of goes up there like that. So a bit like when we're drawing fur, you go in the direction of the fur. In this case, we're going in the direction of the leaf. And it sort of gives it some context. It's going to come in around here. Of course, it's going to have some lightness in it as well. But I'm going to come in with some more of the moss green. So with the holly leaves, they kind of like curve in on both sides, so that's the effect that we want to give it. Excuse me for keep coughing, it's that time of year for all those bugs. So actually in the middle there, this needs to be a lot thinner. And this is light as well, but I just want to sort of make sure that we go in. We've got some, you know, we can get rid of the tooth. I'll go back to that bit in a minute. And so this part is coming down. I am going to come in with some lighter colours in a moment, so that joins onto there. So we want this to look like it's angling downwards. And we'll just do this part as well. I'm just going to mark in the middle. So I'm going to use the lemon yellow 240. I won't worry about the outline just yet, you know, the outside of the leaf. I just want to sort of mark this in. So if you don't have one of these, then it's a really bright yellow that you're looking for, so that it sort of stands out against the leaf. We might probably need to sort of go in again on this and just make sure that comes down at an angle. Right. Just want to come in with the white, so we don't want to touch the darker colour that we added just now, but right coming right out of that shade is that lighter shiny glow, and not pressing hard, same pressure as the run through of the other times. It's just that the light colours tend to sort of go over the dark colours really well. Just coming over here with that for a moment. Okay, I'm going to go in with the grass green. And then I'm just going to come in over with the red again. It's not the red, the white. Let's use the moss green. So just sharpen that a bit. Just sort of making sure that this part is coming in a bit darker. I think I'm going to add a bit of the dark sap green on this. Right on the edge there it's a bit darker where it sort of curls up, so this part is shielded by the light. Oh. And then just right at the bottom there as well. I'm actually gonna excuse me, come in with that. Right, where's my, I'm going to just get rid of that line art a minute, because I don't really want it showing through the yellow. And I can see the rough outline. I'm just going to sort of bring this in here. Just making sure that we got that piece in. Right, that's a bit, that needs to be brought up a bit more. Okay, right, let's continue with this part again then. So this is the moss green. So I'm trying to give it a so it needs to be a bit darker coming down here. Try and give it that curved look. There's only a sort of small amount there that's light. Right. I just need to try and get that a bit lighter. And again, I'm not going too firmly with the pencil on here. Just coming in again with the dark sap green. It's just a gradual phase into that lighter zone, and some of that moss green there. Okay. So you can see we've still got a fair amount of that leaf to do. So I'd like to go back in with the grass green because I've put in all the darker parts and I'd just like to lighten it up a bit. So yeah, this is the grass greens. This is what we initially did the base layer with. And then it starts to sort of look different when you're adding it onto other layers, rather than that's the grass green from previous, where it's just added on its own. Same pressure as before. Around circular movement so that we're blending the colours. Just trying to sort of see whether that isn't as dark as it's appearing on the screen. So I'm just trying my daylight lamp. No, it's better with it off. Okay. So don't worry if it's not looking the same as, you know, on the camera. The camera changes the colours. So, you know, you're not going to get it exactly the same as mine, but I mean, what would do, you're not, I mean, it's nice to sort of have everyone's artwork looking different anyway, so it's like I'm guiding you and it's your take. And also you might not have the same materials as me, so you know, it will look different again. So there's still a few layers to go with this. Okay, so that's like that. Just going to add, excuse me, I'm just doing some testing here. No, it's not on that leaf. So the olive browns, we're going to use, I think, on that one. So I'm just going to stick with the colours that we've been using. Just going to add a layer of moss green. Just very, very lightly there. Right, just going to come over this with the white. It's got a bit of shine coming onto that. And with the dark sap green, I want to come in a bit with some more of this shadow appearing. I've got the moss green here, just coming over that part a bit. I'm just going to go in with the lemon yellow. You can sort of see it a bit up here, and around there. So then let me just take out some of that line up. I still see it slightly, so I know where the yellow's got to go. And again, let's just take out a little bit of that one. Right, so still got some tooth on there. Just gonna come in again with a bit of the moss green. I don't want it to sort of look flat, so I just got to go very careful with the amount of moss green that I actually add. And just kind of go in there with some grass green as well. We're coming to sort of towards the end of our layering on this leaf. Just a slight bit of dark sap green along here. Not too much, but I just need a bit of contrast rather than it appearing muddy. And I'm just adding a bit here as well. So this dark sap green shouldn't come out as dark now that it's actually on top of the other sort of layers. So I'm just adding the curves for the shape of this leaf. So it's slightly lighter on that side. I'm just gonna darken this again. You can sort of see now that it's sort of coming together. Now that we've got like the surface colours down on the leaf. Okay. Just a bit more of the grass green, not too much. There's a very thin line I can see, a couple actually. So there's one sort of coming down. And there. There's one sort of coming down there. And then with the dark sap green we've got a bit coming coming in there as well. Right, let's balance that up, and then by adding the colour on this one. So I'm going to go back in with the grass green because this part is lighter, and I'm going to add another layer to it. So what I'm doing is I'm adding layers to the lighter area. And I'll just come in with that again. Just rotating my pencil as and when. And you can see I'm holding it sort of further up the pencil, and I'm just using it very lightly. And it looks like I'm pressing firmly, but I'm not. I'm just sort of just going backwards and forwards here. Same pressure as I've been doing, but I'm just doing it diagonally. Okay. Excuse me. So moss green now. So it is actually, just get that sap green because just try not to go in on the berry there. It's got a piece there where it's at its darkest. Just darkening up that again. And you can see the difference already with it. It's given these two berries context. So I'm coming along here and doing the darker part with the moss green. And this part is sort of curved over, just like this part. And then of course around here as well. What I'll do with this part is I'll go over with the white and then I'll mix in some of that green as well. And I'll just make the edges blur a bit, going very lightly with this. Right, what I'm going to do with this part is I'm going to go over it in white, but just leaving that middle gap there. This takes out another layer but also makes this part of it lighter. Right, just take this jacket off. Okay, so just going to come in again with the moss green. Actually, just want to come in with the white with this a minute, and then I can come in with the moss green. I'm just going to sharpen that so I can get a bit more detail on it. And that sort of helps me to give it a bit more detail and to define that arc. Just come in down here. Okay, so again, similar way of doing it. So we got the idea that these are arched areas. And I'm just going to move this over here. Just going to carry on along the middle a bit more again. And I'm just going to blend that a bit, very lightly with the white. Okay, let's come in with that grass green. And some of the moss green as well. So just look at this, the way that that leaf is bending. And we'll just come in over here as well. So that part there looks quite dark. So we don't want too much of a contrast there. It's kind of like having enough shade but making it look natural. And just blending that part in. Because it's quite warm, this colour leaf. Okay, so just coming down with that texture there. It meets down there. Right. So we've got that line. Coming through like that. And then what I want to do is sort of blend upwards like that, and then it sort of comes through that way because see, it's bending the light on its surface. Just wondering actually if my drawing China White will actually add something to this. Yeah, it is. So again, this is with like this is our tonal value, so don't be afraid to sort of really make it contrast, because this is what adds to the depth and the texture of the piece that we're working on. So I want to sort that out because I'm not 100% happy with that. And then we've got see, out of all the white pencils, this one, because of its thicker core, lays down the best, is the brightest. I do have spare of ones of these, but I'm getting the most out of it. But they don't tend to fit too well in pencil extenders. I've got to find one that actually it will, you know, that it'll fit into. So I'm just adding a slight glaze over here. And just a little one along there. And it kind of ends about there. Excuse me. Okay. Right, so go back in with the moss green and just add our final pieces of detail for this leaf. It could be that we go in again at the end and add some more, you know, depth to it. So it depends on what the other, you know, leaves are going to look like compared to this one. Okay. Right. I think I need to come in right to the end here because it's not such a thick line. And then I'm just going to come in and add some bits to this. Okay, so I'm alternating between the moss green and the white at the moment. So I don't want that to be so harsh looking, but I want it to be darker. Just gonna come over this part, add a quick layer of the white, very lightly. Okay, and then back in with the moss green. And I'm just going even lighter with this, so no firm pressure with the pencil. Just come in with the white again. Still needs to be darker than the highlighted area, so okay, that's that bit, and then so we've got a little bit blending in there. We've got a bit there that's darker, so I'm going to come in with the dark sap green. That's I think then. So from that part it blends outwards. And I'm just going to add a bit of depth to this part around here. And back in with the moss green. Actually, just come in there a bit more with the dark sap green. Just a bit more with that. So it's not coming out as dark as it is there, but it's just adding some depth and shadow, but you know, quite subtly. Right. Just coming in with some grass green. Because I just want to have a brighter glow on this part coming up here. So it's all about, you know, at this stage where we've added all of our other layers, this part is just all about adding detail and balancing up the colours. Although, you know, we can do this now, but it's not actually going to be the final pass of the colours until, you know, we look at what we're going to add for, you know, in the future leaves. So when I'm doing layers and adding detail, I don't actually finish each part 100% until the rest of the picture's complete, and then I can come in at the end and do a final pass, and then I've got the layers, still got the layers to sort of balance it out. Okay, so for the moment that's the green part done. I've just got to add some of the lemon yellow to this side. Just come out on that bit again. And right, so you can, there's not much of a line there, but so as you can see there's a little, well, you've got that leaf on top of another leaf, so there's not much going on there, and so it's going to be darker because it's underneath. So what will you do in this aspect then is we'll go in with the moss green because it's going to be darker, come round here. So of course this part will have, it's got that part coming in there. This has got depth of shadow to it, which is where this bit comes in, and which is why this bit needs to be a bit darker, but we can work on that once we've added everything in. And of course we just want to watch the lighter parts what we've just added. And of course we want to make sure it stands out from this one. That needs to be thinner. So of course we can make this bit stand out really well because it's going to be darker. So this leaf is in a lot of shadow, so it's going to show a lot of contrast. So I'm probably just going to be doing the moss green and the dark sap green for this one. So I'm just going to do the one layer of moss green because I want to go in and add the shadows, and also because this area is a lot smaller, the layers will fill up really quick anyway. So in with the sap green. So just go careful with the berries. So we're just looking at where this shadow's going to be, and we must also remember that these leaves on top are going to be a lot lighter. Okay, and then we've got to add in a shadow on that area, but also under here as well. it's quite dark under here. So you can already see it's starting to feel like it's lifting up. So that's those shadows. Let's continue with the moss green in there. Let's just grab some of the dark sap green again. White there just to sort of lighten it slightly, and I'm going very, very light on this. Just gonna come in with a bit of grass green on that to sort of give it a lighter tinge. And then some more of the moss green. Just need to actually sort that bit out. Make that stand out a bit more. Okay, and this curls over. And just add a little bit more of the moss green to this part as well. Okay, I just want to add a slight bit of white there, just to sort of make it shine a bit, because that bit's appearing in the sunlight. Not too much though. And we have a slight light bit there. So I'm going to go in with the lemon yellow. I'm going to do that bit in a moment. Before I go around the top. That's it. Like that. So that needs to be quite lightish, but not overly light. So I'm going in with the lemon yellow, but then I'm going to go in on top with the grass green. And then I'm going to finish off with the dark sap green. Because it tends to sort of fade off. Into the darkness there. Just going to add some of that dark sap green around here, just very lightly. Okay, and that sort of hides that part in with the greens. Right. Just going to go in with some dark carmine up here. Because that needs to stand out against that one. Okay, so we are on to our third leaf, and so what we'll do is we'll start with the grass green on there. So we're going to cover this in a layer of the grass green like we did for the other ones, but I want to be mindful of the fact that I don't want it to sort of blend in on the edge there. But for the time being, I am going to, there you go, see, look, not go fully up to here because it's got that lighter yellow part to it. What I want to do actually is put a bit of the moss green in there. Just so that we can differentiate between both the leaves. What I'm going to do at the end of this tutorial is just go back over and add some more of the colour just to get some more of that tooth out, and then also to sort of make it a bit more vibrant, and then burnish where the highlighted sections are. So again, we're going to not quite go up to the edges there. Keep rotating my pencil so it doesn't go too flat, so that it saves me sharpening it for a little bit. And there's that highlighted part just there. And we got quite a highlighted bit around down the bottom here. I'm not overly sort of concerned about coming up to this middle line because it's going to be the yellow's going to go on top of that anyway. I'm just going to leave that piece, you know, alone at the moment. Okay, so we can come up to the edge on that, because you can't really sort of see the yellow of the leaf too much on that part, as it's sort of angled away from us. And of course we've got that highlighted section there. And it's quite dark along that part there. And coming in down there as well. And although it's dark here anyway, it's not as dark as this part. So at this stage we're just blocking in the colours. And I'm just going to go over this again. So this part here, slightly darker. So I'm just adding a few layers here, but using the same pressure for the base as we did for the base layer. Just kind of like leaving small sections, because we've got like the veins of the leaf coming through, and you know, I just want to sort of be able to sort of show that a bit. So you can see that some areas, even though we've got a light layer down on both layers, you can see some areas are darker than the other because I've gone over lightly a bit more with some more darker layers. So that's that one. So just along here. And you know, I'm not pressing too hard, just sliding the pencil over just to make richer tones on that. And then of course down here is going to be darker as well. And it sort of edges up here slightly as being dark. And the lines where it goes yellow is actually sort of quite defined as well. again you can see some of the finer veins of the leaf just coming up here. So I'm just going up and down on this part, and then this part is going that way, so it all matters where you're actually putting your pencil marks. Okay, so I'm just going to add another layer. Just like that. So you can see quite clearly those veins that have been added in quite sort of naturally. Okay, and down there, it's quite dark-ish, but not as dark as the leaf underneath. But what we'll do is we're going to refine our colours towards the end anyway. I think what I'm going to do first with this leaf is add in the light, you know, the yellow colour. Yeah, the lemon yellow. Just going to use the putty rubber, the kneadable eraser. So what I want to do is take out some of this line art, just so that we don't see it as much. But you can still see it faintly, so that whilst I'm demonstrating this to you, you know, I've not fully taken it away, but you can with yours. And it's quite defined around here as well. Right. I just want to make sure that this yellow is nice and sharp, so that I can go in. Let's get my glassine paper and make sure, let's just move that wire out the way. Okay, so I can just make sure that it's well defined on the paper. And there. It's got one from underneath. And then, so we've got that one, so we've done, so you can only see this part, so you can't see down there because of the angle that the leaf is at. So this doesn't actually go all the way around this part, even though we can see it. So what we will do, this is the olive brown 50%. Just going to sort of put a line there around it, just to make that a bit more natural. Let me just move this up a bit because it's quite low down. So then you can see it a lot better. There, okay. Right, just back in with the lemon yellow. So then we have a tip there, and that kind of just goes only there. So then we've got, let's put a bit of moss green there. So we've got two, because this one here comes from the leaf below. Just go on that a minute, and I want to add a bit of moss green very lightly along there. Okay, so we've got a very pale bit coming along there. So this is going over nicely because it's light over dark. And which leads to that one. Just keep making sure the end of your pencil's not getting dirty. And then around there. And then you can see the whole of this one, like that. There we go, so that's that round there, and then it comes around let me just peel that up a bit. Actually, let's just peel that off slightly because it's got quite a long point to it. And then we'll just come around just to bring that around there. And just in there, and if you want to put a bit more of a point on it, then by all means do that, because then you'll see much more of the yellow. So we've got some sharp points there, and that only goes down to there. It'll look a lot better once we've added the rest of the green in. And then that one there starts roughly there, and then carries on around there. And then you don't see it there, but you see it again there, moving down. And it's clearly defined around here. And even though this part's in shadow, you can clearly see it. Okay. Right, I'll just put that bit of tape back on again. Right. So we're going to go in with the moss green. I'm not going to sharpen this one for the moment, but I do want to, actually, before we do that, sorry about that, we want to add in the central stem. So just round circular movement with that pencil. So it's bigger at the bottom end. So I'm making it a bit more defined. And then it starts to sort of gradually get thinner. Right, now back in with the moss green. Okay, so we have got a lighter line here. Before we carry on, just going to come in with a bit of the grass green first of all. Sorry to keep chopping and changing. So I'm just going to make that a bit lighter just along there. Just a very small line, but coloured so it looks natural. Okay, and now the moss green finally. Right, so we will come up around here. We want to make this look a bit raised, so we're going to come around the base there. So it kind of like looks like that it's there, but it's like where it's in shadow, you can only see the top part of it. And I'm just going to carry on and do that on the other side. Very light circular movement with the pencil. Okay, just come up to there for the moment, and then we're just gonna carry on in there. There is a slight line coming in. We'll go over the top of that part, and of course this is where it's darker, but not as dark as underneath there. So in a moment I will go in with that dark sap green. Right, so just want to make sure actually we'll go up there first before we come down. And going to be swapping some of these greens back and forth. Okay, so we're going to go in with the olive brown 50% towards the middle bit there. Alright, moss green again. Again, light. Now I'm looking at that and I know this definitely needs changing. So that's the thing about adding all the extra colours in, is the fact that I can see that stuff, you know, colours need changing. Right, dark sap green, because I want to darken this part around here. You don't need to press hard. But we just need to make it like it's raised a bit. Okay. Okay, and then where is that one? Going to add a bit of the olive brown in. And just doing that, like that arc shape movement backwards and forwards. Okay. Just want to come in over here with that, because we do have like an olive greeny colour in some of that green, but very lightly because we don't want to make it too muddy looking. Okay, now in with the moss green again. And just keep going backwards and forwards, adding the layers in. It's quite grainy, this paper. I think sometimes it sort of depends on the batch that you get. Sometimes it's really grainy, like far too grainy, and sometimes it's quite smooth. I'm going to add a slight bit of the dark sap green around here. Not too much, because we don't want it to interfere with that part around there. Just gonna get a bit of Carmine Lake in there. And we have to go very careful down here because we're running out of layers on this part. Oh. Yeah, so on the screen it looks like it has merged, but it hasn't. It's the angle of the lighting which is making it look like that. So if I show you, I pick the unpeel it and show you. So if you go like that, the light shines on it and you can't see it, but when you go like that, you can see that it's quite dark and stands out against the other greens around here. So that Carmine Lake's really good for adding shadows in. So but yeah, you can sort of see it a lot better. And I'm thinking at the end I might go in with the Carmine Lake along with these darker shadows as well. But there we go, that's sort of how I thought I would you know, just thought I'd show you what it looks like. Okay, right, so moss green. So I'm going to come up over here with this. So I'm just starting at the bottom, then bringing it forward. As always, round circular movement with the pencil. I think we're just going to have to sort of keep going backwards and forwards and adding our layers to this one. Just make sure it's got that crisp line. Just want to bring that up there. And I'm not going into the yellow that we've already done. Right, I want to add some dark sap green to around here. So this is where we went darker because it's right near the centre where the berries are. Just get that there, and so just down here, only a little side of it, on part of it on this side is dark. And then just up here I'm just adding that darker tone. And then what I'll do is I'll go in with the olive brown 50% for this part and just darken that stem in this darker area and along there as well. So you can see it's lighter, but it's also in shadow as well. And I'll just darken that bit under there as well. Okay. Right. So the musk green coming up here. And then till there. And what it does, it sort of curves. So I'm just coming backwards and forwards, not very firm on the paper, just going backwards and forwards and adding layers with the pencil. And I'm going to come in with a bit of the dark sap green, because it's got a slight, actually if I just sharpen that, it's just got a slight edge to it where it's slightly dark. And then just under here, and we're going up and down with that part. So I just want to, so the tooth is still coming through. That's it. So we want our darker areas to be dark, so it shows the contrast. Okay, moss green. And so I want to again sort of come right up to the stem. We don't want to hide the stem though. We just come up the middle there. Again, we're still leaving that bit alone. We're not touching it yet. Okay, so we're just bringing this bit across now. Thinking of seeing if I've got like a Derwent drawing that would go well on this. What's that? It doesn't work on the shiny part. Let's have a look. That might work actually. Just give it a sharpen. That sharpens lovely. Right. So it's very similar to the olive brown, 50%, but it's a shade lighter. I'm just wondering whether that would work or about that one. No, that's too brown. What's that one like? That one's too dark. Right. And what's that one like? That might be okay. So I'm just swatching. Yeah, I don't think either of those are what I'm looking for. Okay, let's have a look in the artists, Derwent artist section. Ooh, what's that one like? Yeah, I'm thinking the Derwent artists olive green. So let's just write that down. Olive green Derwent artists. Okay, right. See, that's a good thing about having different brands of colour pencils. You get different shades of colours. Some can be very similar. Some also offer different shades altogether. I actually need to put this in my electric sharpener. Perfect. It's a beautiful colour. Okay, so I'm gonna see what that's gonna offer us. Yeah, okay, so we'll add that, some of that around here. So with the Derwent Artists range, I don't have the full set. I have a set of 72, I think it is. So there are more to get. Right, let's bring that around there. Let's see, it's just this one and this one that this one will work well with. But what I also want is a lighter green as well. Let's let's go with the artists again and see what each one's doing. That might be a bit too light, but let's have a look. It's maybe slightly too bright. Let's have a look at this one. Could be the May green. What else we got? That might be a bit too dark. Yeah, that's too dark. And I think this one's going to be a bit too pepperminty. Yeah, okay. Gonna stick with the Durant Artist Emerald Green, not Emerald Green, sorry, the May Green. Just going to use my electric sharpener. Okay, right. So I'm just going to come in with this. I just want to sort of try it around here as well, because it is sort of going into a real light area, and we're going lightly with this. And of course, if we get rid of that line, I can try and make it a bit more natural looking. Yeah, I think that's adding something to it. So just going to use this as a base. I might lift out some of that actually and try it. Because I'm not overly happy with that part. So just go careful with, if you're, you don't have to lift this up. If you're happy with it, that's absolutely fine. Okay, right. I'm going to come in with the Artist's May Green. And then just come in with a little bit of that tone. We are going to be blending all this a bit later. So we've got that, it's coming over from there. And of course it goes lighter at the edge there. So this colour also appears, well, the May Green also appears in the Polychromos range as well. And it's one that we used on the red-eyed Amazon tree frog. So I'm just going to work on this side until I'm fully happy with it before we move on back over there. And we're going over lightly on this part. Still lightly so we can add our layers, and these layers are actually going down a lot better. Don't tend to use the Darwin Artists a lot, but I think I'm just gonna use them so much more because they're a really good set of colour pencils. Okay, and then the Darwin Artists Olive Green. And then I want a bit more of a brightness in there. I think that looks better. Let's see how we go with everything else. So we can add some really good contrasts with this. Just having a look. What's that one? Bottle green. I can give that one a try. Right, this is the Darwin Artist Bottle Green. So it is darker, but it's not as dark as the dark sap green from the Luminance range. So, but it's darker than what we've got here. So let's go back with the olive green just to sort of blend that. Okay, let's come back in with that. Right, so we're quite light up here again, coming into the stem. Okay, and we'll have some of that olive green coming up from over there. just want to go in with the May green again. Right, this is showing up okay. I'm just going to come in with a bit more of the Carmine Lake. I actually want that to show a bit darker. Just go careful that you don't go onto the berries themselves, but I'm just making the shadow so much darker. And from there, and under there, I'm going to add this in now whilst we're at it. And I'm kind of like running out of layers here as well, because it's getting a bit soft and shiny. So just adding that in. Just there. And there. And again, you can't sort of see it to its full at its full potential because it's flatter and the angle of the light. Okay, right. I'm just going to add some of the Luminance Grass Green around about there. And that's coming over this really, really lovely. So we've got that grass green, but that's the base layer there, and it sort of comes over as a different colour, different shade. Oh. Okay. Just want to add a little bit of bottle green in around here. Just going to use the Luminance White because I want to bring that over. Right, so moving on to this part now. Just going to go in with the May green. Making this vein here a bit thinner. So it's lighter here. Same pressure that we've been using. I'm just going to add a bit around here as well. Because I just want to blend this in together. Okay. So I'm just going to add some of the olive green around here. And then some of that bottle green around here, because it's just starting to get a bit darker in patches. And then I'm just going to bring it up and around here. Must stop keep hitting that camera. I'm filming on my mobile phone on a ring mount, which is why I keep knocking the camera sometimes. So my aim at some point is to sort of upgrade my filming equipment. So I may be able to do that hopefully next year. And then you won't get me knocking the camera so much. Well, even at all. I'd have a much better setup. I think this bottle green works a lot better as a top layer, especially on this leaf anyway. Just get some of that May green coming over a bit more. And let's just get some of that bottle green more on there. And just bring that into a point there. This is a lovely colour green. Okay, back in with the May green. Just want to make that slightly lighter. And the bottle green again, just coming in towards where the highlights are. And that's looking like a much better than before, and so I think I'll be using this on here as well. So like, let's see what that looks like. Might need to sort of take off some of these layers, yeah, because there's too many layers on that one, so I can do that one at the end, but I think that will come in really well. Yeah, it needs something doing to it. Okay, so we'll just carry on with this one. And again, May green. Just doing that lighter towards the middle. And then we've got the bottle green. This actually is going really down well on this pastel mat, these Darwin artists. They seem to sort of be using up the tooth a lot better than the luminance. I mean, if you want to sort of, I mean, luminance are absolutely brilliant pencils. I do love them. But if you're looking to invest in ones and you can't afford the luminance, then try the Darwin artists. They're all on open stock, so you can just order whatever pencils you need as and when you need it, rather than just getting the whole set and, you know, finding that you're not using everything. But yeah, I can recommend these. They're very good. And of course, light fast are really good as well. Okay, this is the May green. Just coming down a bit more into there. Right, so I want, where's that? dark sap green. I want that to be a bit darker, ever so slightly. Just make sure this part is darker just under there, and then of course we've got it lighter around there. Which actually this goes pretty well with the dark sap green because they seem to be blending really well together. Right, just going to try the moss green. And of course this is going down well over the top. I'd like for some of this to look more natural though. Yeah, that's done it. And just give this a bit of a sharpen. Right, and I just want to come in here a bit with that. I don't tend to use my pencils in the electric sharpener too much, but when I'm waiting for a new hand sharpener, I mean this one is okay at times, but it sort of tends to snap my leads a lot, so I've got a new sharpener on order at the moment, so I'm using my electric one. And bottle green again. Some of the white. So what I want to try and do is bring in some of the edges here so that it's not fully white, but it has some of the green in it as well. And it's got a little bit coming up just about here as well. Try the May green. some of the lemon yellow. Right. Just coming in with the May green again. So it's quite light around here. It's brilliant coverage on this. So I'm just blending in so it's got like a natural movement of the shade of the greens. I'm just going to put that in there. Right, so it comes in there, and we've got a little bit coming in around there. And then I think we'll come in with some moss green on top. Let's go in with that bottle green around here. I'm just going to work on this bit together. So if you look at the way that that shape is going, it's coming up and across. And I'm just going to come in with the olive green, because then get it to come upwards like that. Right, let's go back. With the May green. And a bit more of that bottle green. Ooh, that bottle green looks like the lead's going to come out. Hopefully it'll be alright. Okay, right, so let's do this, work on this part here. So whilst it's got light here, let's come back over on that. It's quite light in the middle there. I'm just going to try and add some white over the edge. Sorry, over the edge, over the top of it, because that's where it's at its lightest. So just very lightly, you shouldn't need to put too much pressure on it, because it should come in quite easily, because the colours beneath it are dark. And then just gonna come in like that. and then just add a little bit to the middle edges here. And we're just being very, very gentle with our pressure. Not sure I'm overly happy with that though. Let's go in with some of the May green. Okay. Okay, so then that is lighter over there. So this is the luminance white again. And let's have some of that May green. Just to lighten it some. Okay, right, let's crack on with this one then. So I'm going to use the May green again. Just add in a little bit extra around here, not going too far in. Right, so we've got some bottle green in. We've got the dark sap green. I'm just bringing in some bottle green just to sort of bring it out a bit. Because it's slightly darker this side. Okay, that seems to be working okay. I'm just going to add some subtle dark tones along here. I'm going to make them sort of too obvious. Oh. just gonna slightly go over them. Slightly go over that so it's not too bright. And then I've got over here as well. So I want to sort of make this kind of like gradually into the white there. So like I said, so it's not sort of too bright, but at the same time we can still see that it's a fair bit lighter. Okay, just want to make that. Okay, so I'll leave that one for now, and then what we'll do is there's a leaf under here, under that one. So we've got, actually there should be another little bit there. Right, what I'm going to do is I've got part of the leaf, I think. Actually no, it's all right, it's in there fine. I can it's just where I've not added the colour yet. Right, so I'm gonna continue with the May green, and it needs to be slightly brighter than this one so that it stands out, because it's also brighter than that one around here. So just gonna come in lightly rounded movements. It's got a lighter bit coming in on this part there, and actually if I just make that bit come in around there, that's it, and then that's the actual lighter bit coming in there. So we'll do a few layers of the May green. Just very lightly, like we've been doing with the previous leaves. And again, because it's a smaller area, the layers will fill up a lot quicker because we've got a smaller surface we're working on. And try not to go into the berry that's there. Okay, so then we will work with, let's have a look. So I've got my cards here. I've not actually labelled that one yet, but I know which ones they are. So we have the moss green, the grass green. I'm going to try the grass green actually for the luminance. Yeah, there it is there. So I'm just going to go in on top. And I'm just blending that in together. So before, like beforehand, when we went straight in with this, it came out darker on the paper. Whereas because we've added the May green, it comes out lighter. And it's come out a very good shade actually. So I'm just going to keep sort of lightly going over it. Okay, so that's looking good. And I want a slightly darker shade, so I think I'm going to go with the Derwent Artist bottle green, because it's not as dark as the dark sap green that's needed. So just along the edge there, we just want to make that edge slightly darker, but it's not too dark. And just a little layer around here as well. And this part around here. I'm just kind of come in with the May green again, just on that part, not over all of it, just the, you know, the very sort of lighter area. Okay, that's looking good. And then with the lemon yellow, we are going to come in and add the outline there. And that's that underlayer done. That's that underleaf done. So we're going to move on to this final large leaf before we go in and do a final sweep of colour. And I'm going to come back in with the Derwent Artists May Green, and because I really think this is a good sort of base layer to use. So let's just move that over there. Don't worry about the line art on here, this will actually hide under the layers we're going to add. And I really do like this colour. So it's a really lovely shade. So it's like light to medium pressure, more towards the lighter end, and still that round circular movement with the pencil. I'm not going quite up to the middle because I want to have some of that lemon yellow in there. And once I've finished this first layer, then I'll go and add it in, and then we can sort of work around it. So there's no need to sort of rush this, just take your time. Okay, so I'm going to go in with the lemon yellow. Just going to see if I can get a bit of a point on that. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to do the outline of the lemon yellow as well. What I am going to do is I'm going to go in with the kneadable eraser, and like I did with the other one, I'm just going to take out some of this external line art, but just leave it in there faintly so that we can see where we're adding our lemon yellow. And I won't take it all out because, you know, I know that you may want to have a guideline, and if I take all of the line art out, you might find that you know, there's a chance you might sort of get lost with where we're putting it. But that's fine. If, you know, you can make it. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, you know, the same as mine. Okay. Right. So I'm gonna start off up here. So the yellow seems to go way further than where, you know, a lot further than where the actual green part ends. So we're just going to make these a bit longer. So this is quite sort of a bit paler around there, but then it sort of comes right back up again for this part. And it's got a very slight line coming in there. Before we come around here again. And then you can't sort of see it there, but then it sort of comes in around there again. And then I'll just finish this side off. And then it sort of comes in around there. And it's quite faint around there, but then it sort of, as you can sort of see, it sort of comes back in again. And then got that bit, you can see it in there and coming in around there. And then we've got that part there. Okay, so now that we've got that in, we've got to remember not to go right up the edges where the yellow is, so because we don't want to go over the line, and we want it to still remain sort of vibrant. So I'm going to go back in with the May green, and then I'm going to sort of add another layer. Just take it a bit slowly around these edges. And of course, because we've added it in the middle as well, so we need to go careful around there as well. So what we'll do is we'll leave that bit for the moment, and once I've done this layer, we'll go back in towards the stem. And just come across here a bit more. And then we'll do the same over here. So this is like just closing the tooth out of the paper a bit more. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm just going to put a bit of a point onto this May green, is just gently either side, so that we can see that the leaf is, you know, the stems are part of the leaf, and rather than just looking on the top, so like we did around there. Just very small movement with your pencil. And we'll just carry on all the way up there. It's going to be a bit lighter towards the middle anyway. Okay, so next I'm gonna, like we did there, I'm gonna go in with the the grass green, and make it a bit sort of darker before we go in with the bottle green to come in with our darker layers. And we may add some of the dark sap green as well, but first of all we're going to concentrate on the grass green. Just remember you've got that middle stem and you've got the edges. If you go over them, that's fine, not to worry. You know, you can always go back over with your lemon yellow. And of course you've got the veins in this as well, so we will just sort of naturally sort of leave a gap around them, so then we can come in easier with our lighter colour. So what I'm doing there is I'm indicating that there is a very slight line there, but I'm using just like a colouring in method to sort of make it look a bit natural. You'll see it a bit more in a minute. So around here is a bit lighter, so I just want to sort of show that. About there. So again, what we're doing at the moment is we're just plotting in our colours, sort of blocking out areas. So it takes a bit of patience with when we're doing our adding our layers and blocking out our colours before, you know, we can get to the part where we're adding our finer detail. But if you can sort of take your time on the lower layers, then the upper layers will come out so much better. Of course it's going to be darker down here, but we'll layer that up a bit in a moment. So again, we don't want that white halo, we want the colours to go straight up against it. Okay, I'm going to go over this anyway to make the colours stand out a bit brighter once we do our final round of colour. So it's got a light a bit up here, so we're not going to go too much over there. So what I'll tend to do is go in with the May green and some white to sort of maybe burnish it a bit. Just want to make this a bit thinner up here. That's fine, we can sort of do that a bit more the more that we add our layers in. And we can still kind of see the line art underneath, so that gives us our guidance of where those veins are going to be. So this bit sort of curves right up. This is the lighter side before it starts going down into, I would probably say this area will go down into sap green. So once we've finished adding this side, what we'll do is we'll work on that side of the leaf, then we'll move on to that one. So I'm just gently adding some of these lower veins in. Okay, so that's some of our base layers down. What I want to do next is, let's see, yeah, the bottle green. Just some tea. I'm going to work down here first of all. So again, try not to go into the colour of that berry. And we're not pressing hard on this, we're just basically same pressure in the same, and loads of layers in the same area, and that will build up and close also the tooth of the paper. And I think what we'll do as well is we'll move into the moss green. Alright. Just having a look at my swatch chart. Yeah, I'm going to go in with the moss green. And I'm still using that rounded circular motions just so that we can blend our colours seamlessly. Right. So when we come up to here, there we go. It's kind of, it's a bit lighter around there. Yeah, because that part is our darker area as well. But it does have a lighter area. So I'm gonna come in with some of the May green. Again lightly, and just coming backwards and forwards just to get rid of the tooth. So that's that done. So then back in with the moss green on the luminance pencils. Okay, and just come in with some more of the bottle green right near the that vein there, because it just seems ever so slightly darker along that line. But very, very tiny movement with the pencil, just so, and it's like little round circular movements there, just to sort of make sure that it doesn't look exactly like a line. So back in with the moss green. And some of the bottle green down here. And I think I might add a bit of the, yeah, I'm going to add some of the dark sap green as well. Just Very, very careful with the red of that berry. Right, so I'm going to work on this part. Actually, but before we do that, just going to get some of the white because it's a bit lighter there. Don't need too much pressure. Okay, now back in with the moss green. So coming on from that light part, it's darker. And so what we're doing is we're just coming over this area and we're just coming backwards and forwards lightly, just so that we're making sure that that tooth is filled in. And again, because it's a smaller area, it tends to sort of fill up quicker. Okay, and then we'll come down this side a bit. And so there's that line, hint of a line there from the actual vein of the leaf that we use to come down with. So what we're going to do is we're just kind of like blending all this area together. And I'm just keep moving my pencil around just to keep it sharper. So I'm just like rotating it. Still the same pressure, I've not adjusted it at all, I've just used the same pressure and just gone over the same area. So I'm adding layers to it. Let's get some of that. Just try the bottle green first of all. Might just add a little bit of the sap green as well. just to sort of give that hint of darkness. And just going to put some of the bottle green along the sides here. Okay, so it's lighter there, but then gets darker. Just want that to sort of look like it's coming out from that stem. So I've changed the shape of how I'm moving that pencil. And I'll add a little bit of the dark sap green into that as well. Just a little bit around here. Just going to come in with a bit of May green on this vein here. So that it'll blend in a bit more. And I think it definitely needs to be a bit thinner, so I'm going to come in with the moss green a bit more. Okay. I'm just coming up on this part there. And so this is the moss green I'm still using here. Just layering it up again. I don't want so much of a line coming through there. There we go, so I've just blended that. Just to sort of bring some more bottle green in. Because I hadn't sort of brought this section over enough. and the moss green. I'm just making sure I'm getting right up to that yellow, but not going into it. Okay, so I want a line, so I'm keeping with the moss green. I want a line down, well, not an actual firm line, but a natural colour line. So then we're going to come in here. So if I go doing that part first, so I'm going to use some grass green on this part. And I'm just going to come in and blend it in with these darker colours so it looks more natural, rather than just having lines, like really harsh lines there. And that's why it's always best to do that round circular movements, because the colours blend better. So I'm just adding a few layers of the grass green here. Okay, and then I'm gonna bring in the moss green, because this is going to get darker the further we come down on that. And we're blending up into that grass green so that it's not such a harsh line, but it sort of comes in gradually. So we're just, again, sort of layering, having sort of, you know, making sure you sort of do take it as slow as possible, don't rush it, and then we can make it look as natural as possible. So this one's going to come up into the darker area. and that's going to be darker again down that end. So I want to sort of make this a bit darker. Just want to add a layer of white onto this, and again we're not using any much pressure on this at all. It's just that on the edge there it's lighter, but I also want to sort of add in a layer of white so that we can start closing the tooth on this. And we're doing exactly the same small round circular movement, just so we can blend the colours properly. And then we're going to come back in and add some colour on top of that. So I'm going to come in with the grass green. I'd like to add a bit of a point on it actually. So with the grass green, I'm coming in just want to sort of create a bit of direction. And again, I'm using exactly the same pressure on this. So we're coming to like the top of our layers, which is why I'd like a stronger, sharper point onto the pencil. And I want the moss green to have a sharp point too. Because I want that to sort of come around there. Right. So it's noticeably a different sort of shade, isn't it? So we've got the moss green coming down here, but then we've also got the lighter green sort of coming around there. Excuse me. And I'm just going to come in with some bottle green. Actually, I might want to get a point on that as well. For that part, I'm thinking of the Luminance Olive Brown 50%. So although it's lighter, it's got a bit of colour as well. I think that needs to have, I'm going to go in with some of the the Durham Artist Olive Green, just to sort of come in here a bit more. Let me just add set, just adding a bit of a point to it. And while I'm here, I'm going to put some down here as well. So then just along here as well. So I'm not sort of pressing any harder than I have been all the way through. I'm going to go with some moss green. So this leaf in particular is quite dark, with the odd occasional light notes in there. I'm just going to bring a bit more of this grass green down here. And then I will add some of the moss green in with it, just to sort of dull down that colour slightly, but still showing that it's lighter. Okay. Right, so we're working on this part around here. And I'm going to add another layer of the grass green in. I'm going to bring it into this area as well. And then of course up to here. I'm going to bring it across, but this part in towards the middle there is lighter. I'll just add in that part as well. Right, so I'm going to come in with the bottle green. Because it's this quite dark section here. Still with the same pressure. Just going to add a bit into there as well. Okay, and then just going to bring it up around there. So we're going to go over with the lime yellow anyway, but sort of sketchy line around there because it's darker on the edge. And then we just want to sort of bring that over. Okay, and then I'll have the white. Just put a bit of a point on that. So it's got that bit of a highlight onto it. If you haven't got a white luminance, then you can use whatever white you've got. Right, and just going to come in with the May green and just dull that down a bit. Okay, so I'm going to carry on this side, work on that from top to bottom. So I'm going to come in with the bottle green, just a sketchy line coming across here. And I'm just gonna, because we've got lighter colours underneath, it's actually made this colour come out a lot lighter. But at the edges, because it looks darker, I'm gonna go in with the dark sap green. It's just right at this very top part here. And then it's a bit lighter in the middle, so just adding a very small amount of the white. So going back in with the dark sap green around here. It's darker on this side. Just coming in with around this way. And the bottle green. Same amount of pressure on it. Just some more of the dark sap green coming into that. And then we're going to come in with the bottle green. Just coming in around there. And then I'm just blending in around here as well. Just want that to be slightly thinner along there. And because it's lighter, we're going to go back in with the lemon yellow. Just a point on that. So using the fine point of the pencil. Okay. Right, bottle green. Just go over that because I don't want it too bright. Just to increase the tone on that a bit, I'm going to go in with the moss green. Oh, there it is. It is sort of mainly going to be though the darker greens around here, but I just want a different tone added, which is why I'm going in with the moss green. Right, grass green again around here. And I'm going to come down here with the grass green as well. Just coming along here. I'm going to come in. Actually, I'm not going to use the grass green on that part. Just that highlight part, I'm just going to come in lightly, but then I'm going to go in with the white. Just very lightly. Okay, now the bottle green. And with the actual darker areas, I'm just going to go in with enhance the contrast with that, and with the tonal values, and use the actual dark sap green. Just going to carry on down here for the moment. Right, don't worry about that for the moment, we're just going to come back up here. Just come in a bit more with the white. Some moss green to come in there a bit. Okay, and then I'm going to come in with the dark sap green. So sort of work that in a bit. And in some of the central parts as well. Just very, very lightly with your pressure. Right, let's get back with that bottle green a moment. Just making that look curved and not heavy pressure. I'm just coming back and forwards with the layering. And dark sap green. Okay, so we're going to get work on this part now. So this part I'm actually just going to use layers of the bottle green. I'm just going to keep adding layers. Just make sure that you don't go into those berries. Right. So again, don't be concerned about how dark it's going to go. We're concentrating on working on our tonal values to add dimension to it. So we just want to sort of make sure that we're adding the colours in the right direction. It's looking a bit flat there at the moment, but that will change. So at the moment that berry doesn't stand out very well against the background of the leaf, so it really does need to sort of another layer of colour on it, which it won't take us too long because we've already got the values on there. We just need to sort of make it sort of stand out a bit more. Okay, so I'm going to come in with the dark sap green. So first of all, we'll work on this part here because that's our darkest area. Let's just get a little bit more of a point on that. So it's going to be quite dark around there. And around there. So where I've added darker colours around it now, it's starting to look, those berries are starting to pop again. So that's why we know we need to be adding tonal values to our work, but obviously just sort of pay close attention as to where they're going to be and how it's going to affect the rest of the piece of art. And down here needs bit as well. So what I'm doing now is I'm actually starting to add in the final layers, so I might as well start with this one as we're currently been working on it. And you know, remember, I don't know if this is your first tutorial with me, but like I've said, like in other tutorials, that the colours don't have to necessarily match mine or the reference photo. They definitely won't match the reference photo 100%, because you know, colour pencils have got different shades and pigments in them. Just coming up here a bit. So I want to add, see if I can add some grass green just in that corner part, just to lighten it up slightly. Okay, let's go back to this one. So I want to add some more May green because it is lighter, and also to close out that tooth a bit more. So I'm going in there lightly. I'm going to add a bit of the white. So this sort of makes it a bit natural looking. And the bottle green, I'm just going to sort of come in there. And some grass green, I think, in there. Just to give it a bit of warmth. Moss green along there. this part grass green. And I'm going to come in with the white. Just want to add some of that lemon yellow. And a bit more of that grass green. Okay, and just coming down here a bit just to make that a bit warmer. So I'm just going to have to go in with the May green on this one. And just come in with a bit of white just to sort of blend it slightly but very lightly. Okay, so bit of moss green for this one. Dark sap green. And in there as well. Okay. So we'll come in and do those berries last once we've got this colour sorted. So I think we've got the tooth done as much as possible there. Just going to come in a bit with the May green on here. Just want to make it a bit warmer rather than looking peppermint. Let's just see if I get a bit more of a point on that one. So yeah, it's coming out. So we're adding a bit of warmth to this side as well. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's just get out the reds, and it should be, I know where they are. And right, okay, yeah, so I borrowed some pencils from here for another project I'm working from, so okay. So we're going to go with the permanent red, so that's going to be lighter around here. And just make sure it's round movements that you're using. I'm just going to go and do the lighter bits on all of the berries. Just to sort of close out that tooth as well. Okay, so that's looking more vibrant already. Probably can't see that as much on the screen at the moment because of the angle of the camera, but I'll show you once I've finished doing this. This one really does need brightening up. Okay, and I'm just going to come in with the scarlet, so it's where it's going slightly darker. And just keep looking back at the berries for the direction of that you need to go to with, you know, with the colour. Okay, so even like, you know, the lighter values, we need to get those right. You know, adding the darker values brings it all together at the end. Okay, there's a bit of tooth on this one. A bit more on that one. And so this one is really beginning to pop with colour now. Just adding that scarlet red is really making a difference. Okay, and let's come in with a bit of the anthraquinone carmine. Okay, so we just want to add a bit of richness. It's coming through. And then just under here as well, just to sort of make sure we don't have that halo of white coming through. So it's like got a darker bit along here, so I've made that slightly darker now. And then it's a slightly bit darker along there as well. And then around this area. So on this one it's coming up around here. So you can see the reason why I do it to about 98% done on the first go round, that I've got enough time, enough room to actually add more layers, so it balances out with the rest of the colours that I use. So just going to bring a bit more around here. I just want to come back in with the scarlet on this one. Actually no, the permanent red. Okay, and I'm going to come in with the Carmine Lake. So we've got, just to make sure that's, they've got the shadow from when they're touching. But then we also need the burnt sienna 50% to add a slightly bit more shadow to it. It's coming just around here. Back with the Carmine Lake. And then around here. Just through there. It's quite dark around it anyway, so that's fine. We just need to come up slightly from the bottom there. Not as dark as there, but to show that there's that shadow. And we've got the cornelian. Just want to sort of make some of the areas lighter. Okay, so we're almost done. So on the reference photo there is like a slight shadow underneath. So let's have a look at this colour. Is that too dark? Possibly. So I'm just having a look at my Derwent drawing. Needs to be a bit darker than that. Yeah, I think that's gonna. No, that's not quite it. Right, let's have a look at my light fast, and then I'll let you know what shade we're going to be using. So I've got plenty of greys to choose from here. Maybe something slightly warmer. Let's have a look. So possibly that one. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to match up properly, but as near as you can get. Yeah, that will be fine. So I'm going to use my Derwent Light Fast, and this one is the granite. Okay, but you can find in the let's give that a point actually, in the conversion chart which ones will match up to that one or as close to. So this basically just grounds the artwork, the actual objects that we're drawing. So I just want to do a round circular movement there. And just make sure that you can see the angle of where this is coming from. So of course we want, you know, parts of the leaf to stand out. So it's kind of got like, that's the edge of its shadow coming across there. So the darkest bit is going to be around here. I might go in with another shade just to sort of make it a bit darker. And of course, sorry to keep shaking that camera. So we've got a bit down there. And then we're just going a bit lighter. So I'm going to see what that Carmine Lake will do. Yeah, that goes over it really well actually. So that acts like a good basis for our darker parts of the shadow. Just come in with a bit of white, very lightly, just to sort of blend it. So I'm using the side of the pencil. And just going to come through with the Carmine Lake again. And then with the white again. Just sort of going to fade it out a bit. What's that one going to do? No, I think current greens are a bit too light, a bit too soft. What's that one? No, it's a bit too violet. Let's go with the Moonstone light first. So just under here, just to sort of blend it. And there's a little bit there as well. Might just lift out some of that darker area. I don't think we need it that dark. I'm just going to come back in with the moonstone. And then just a little bit more. And that way. So yeah, that's that. So all that remains now is to initial it and date it. So and it's Jan 2026. And that's done. So I hope you've enjoyed that process with me, and I look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial.